should be back. Say ding in chat if you're still here. Right, let me get the title and all that stuff changed. Ding dong. Because for like so one thing that I did not too long ago is that I went through all the YouTube archive videos that I have, and I realized how annoying it is when there's like 2 games in the same video. So for the sake of moving forward, I've wanted to start like splitting it in half whenever I switch games like this. And especially for Clone Hero, I think it's very important because of copyright strikes. Though I don't really mind whatsoever. It's not really an issue. BattleForge. And then let me just get the title, which I prepared. It does get a little bit confusing on my end, of course, knowing who is here and who isn't, but I digress. Yes, and those tags, are they all the right ones? I think so. Maybe I'm missing one. Nope, I got them all. Okay, good. Good. So, mystery game for today is BattleForge, which is an old game. It's an old RTS. And instead of like talking too much about it beforehand, let's just dive right into it. I have set up a stream overlay for it. Hopefully it works. I was testing it out earlier. Yes. BattleForge. It's an old game by EA. Kinda. Also, let me know if the audio is really loud. Because, you know, new game and all that. Let me just get the right overlay. Make sure that that works. Oh, right, yeah, I forgot I changed resolutions. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Because I tried launching it in 2K resolution, but the UI just got so abysmally small that, yeah, there we go. And I can only play the game in full screen mode, so bear with that as well. So whenever it's minimized, I have noticed it will like show the game, but it'll look really choppy. But here's the TLDR. So BattleForge ceased operation like many years ago because it was an online only service game. And what it is that it is a RTS game that uses trading cards. Oh god. Okay, hold on. I just realized something. Screen space ambient occlusion still is a little bit buggy. Let me try and change those settings. So I don't know if you can tell, but there's like occasional flickering happening on screen. That is because of screen space ambient occlusion. I do not like that. But yeah, okay. Screen space ambient occlusion is pretty good for like visuals, so I'll try and set it to the next highest setting and then restarting the game while I start it up again, I guess. Also, I should probably switch away because there's like some login credentials and stuff. But basically, it got relaunched under something called Skylords Reborn not too long ago. I went to the Discord the other day just to see how they're doing. And from... oh, where's the Discord? Doesn't really matter too much the details. But not too long ago, they celebrated their 1-year anniversary on this. Let me just make sure the caffeine ambient occlusion looks good. No flickering anymore. Yeah, it's really cool. So, a couple of things about it. So, as I said, it's an RTS game that features trading cards. So every single unit in your arsenal, every single building that you can build.
You're a fucking nerd. You're a
Thanks, Toto.
fucking nerd.
I know.
No one likes you. No one likes you.
So every single unit, every single building, ability, that's a trading card. Alright. And as far as I have been able to... Okay, screen space ambient occlusion still looks like crap. It just gives me that. Okay, I'll just end up disabling it. But let me explain first. So basically, like, every single unit in the game and all that is trading cards. And as far as I've been able to tell, there's a lot of similarities to the engine used for, like... And this is what I've always... I haven't looked it up, but I wouldn't be surprised if they use a version of the engine used for Command & Conquer Generals and the Battle for Middle-earth. Alright. Talk to you later, Ammo.
Farewell for now, mortal.
Indeed. But yeah, it's a... you can play this multiplayer now again. Because EA basically shut it down because they couldn't really figure out a good way to monetize the trading cards. Because it wasn't making enough money, I suppose. So it got shut down. And then eventually... it got revitalized under the Skylords Reborn thing, and now it's like you can just sign up and play. So Toto, if you want to join me, you can very much do so. It does have PvP, but a big chunk of the game is specifically like for centered around PvE content. So there's like storylines that you can play through, with certain maps of the storyline being like for one or multiple people. No, it's not. Let me get you the thing. Since it's a fan revival, it's like it is like this. And that link looks very interesting. It's like a comma in there. Didn't like that. But yeah, Skylords Reborn. So they've got like a client and all that stuff. And you just sign up and you can go and play it. So as far as I know, for what their vision for the game is, or this revival project is, you know, one, to make it playable again. So over the last year or so, they've basically been working on making the game more stable, and some of the visual effects behave, but I guess the ambient occlusion might just be fucked. So let me just make sure that's disabled and then restart the game, because that's gonna really annoy me. It's fine. Game still looks pretty good though. It's pretty old at this point too, tech wise anyway. But seeing as it's a fan revival, it also means that all the monetization parts of the game have been stripped out of the game. That is like one of the things they were doing. There. So that means now it's completely free to play, if you will. So if you want cards, you just play the game and you earn the points that you would normally buy boosters for. And they've even implemented like new mechanics into the game, like this card reforging feature apparently is pretty new actually, where you can take duplicate cards you don't want and then reforge them into like other things. There's also a marketplace where you can buy set like cards that you really need. So for instance, if you want like specific like ultra rare card or something of fire, you can go and trade with other people. So yeah, all of it's pretty much, as far as I know, functional. And why don't we just dive into a simple single player map for now, and I can show you what it's like. It did have some grind to it back in the day, and it still kind of does. But we can go into the nitty-gritty stuff along the way. You can also play, so there's the campaign missions, and then there's like randomly generated ones, skirmishes. And the skirmishes you can also play up to 4 people. And then there's like the really large maps, which are 12-player maps, where you're separated into 3 teams of 4 players that have to work together to win, basically. So in my case, I am using a lot of green, because there's basically 4 colors in the game, a little bit like Magic the Gathering, being green, red, purple, and blue. And green focuses on like healing abilities a lot. Blue focuses on fortifications and frost-based stuff a lot. Red is a bit more of an aggressive rush kind of unit types, so things that are sort of supposed to be very temporary. And then there's purple, which is basically like all the undeath stuff. So they tend to be a little bit more on the complex side. Let's see here. Switch these guys back. Pop it up. So because I'm green, I have the ability to heal my units. And you only have you technically have 2 resources in the game. So the one you use to cast all your cards is, I don't even remember what it's called. But you get these points out of these power wells, which you see in this number up here, which is currently 250. And each card will cost like a certain amount of power, so these units being green are pretty expensive, but also very like hardy. And these particular archers cost 70, and the same with my spearmen. And you might notice there's like 2 arrows pointing in, one saying +5, another one saying +3. And that's because there's 2 different pools here. So whenever a creature or building or whatever, like whenever you cast something, or rather when you play a unit, and if it dies, then it gets put into like a I can't remember what it's called, they got a name for it, but it gets put into like its own energy pool, and then those points gradually siphon back into your usable source of power, or whatever you want to call it. And then a little bit like Magic the Gathering, if I build another monument here that is blue in this case, I'll be able to play my burrow, which is like requires 2 orbs where one has to be blue, but I can also play these aggressors, which requires a blue and a green specifically. And you can get some pretty funky cards along the way. You can also get ones that are very much focused on a single color, so like requiring 3 green orbs, for instance, which tend to be for the decks that only focus on 2 colors pretty much. You can also do a mono deck if you want. But yeah, the game basically centers around capturing power wells and building them up, and then building units to counter the enemy. And there's different stats for the units as well, which is a little bit overwhelming to sort of like try and put you guys into in the beginning here. But they basically have different sizes for the damage and different sizes for their hit points. So as an example, if we take these aggressors, the card shows that it does L damage, and it's a range, that's why it's a bow, of 700, and then it does have like large hit points as well. So if you want to do like bonus damage against it, you need to have large damage in return. Some creatures or cards are a little bit more special, like these ones. They just have like a weird symbol, and that's because their attack gets modified by an ability that lets them shoot at 2 targets at the same time. So there's a lot of different units and buildings in the game, and they all have all kinds of effects. And it's just a matter of like gradually learning how to use them. So we'll just take it as we go. So within green, you can like make these breeding grounds if you have it. And if I do that, any unit that I place near this will cost 25% less of the usual power cost. So that way I can get my army out quicker.
Sending reinforcements.
Another thing as well is that because these aggressors do like large damage, the smaller units, they get like completely, what do you call it? Not staggered, but like they get thrown around, as you can see.
Typical. More incoming.
So there are some pretty nifty ways to counter. In some cases, it's not always like just because they are large size, they do large damage either. Some can even do like the biggest size is XL. So for instance, these wyverns here, or worms, they're XL. But like for instance, they are XL but do large damage. Whilst I have these swamp drakes that have large hit points but then do XL damage. So you gotta like slowly learn how all those work together. But yeah, Toto, if you wanna try it out, do let me know. We can take some co-op maps or something. I'd be down for that. Otherwise, I just wanted to like show it off a little bit today. Because I think it's pretty noteworthy what they've achieved with this. Just the fact that it's playable is really nice. Because I played this like when it was popular back in high school, I think. Must have been. And back then my computer couldn't really handle it. Good. As expected, my plan is working as planned. But yeah, back in the day when I originally played this, my computer could not handle it. These days, however, I'm definitely noticing that it's running very smoothly on my end. Hope it comes across the stream as well. Do stuff like that on Dead Island Epidemic too. Dead Island Epidemic. I remember they made like that Dead Island Riptide thing, which was like a separate, like a different game mode set in the same universe. I don't remember Epidemic. But now that you mention that, I do remember playing Dead Island. It's a pretty good game, actually. Fun to do co-op as well. And I think the third color should be purple? No, red. Fire. There are also some very specific cards that don't have any color in them whatsoever, but I don't have any of them in my deck. Something that's really cool also that I should probably mention is that I read on the Discord that they've actually started implementing new content into this game as well. So brand new units with like custom artwork and everything. And I think I also understood that they were expanding the story and lore of the game, and they've even added their own voice acting in there. Which, you know, when you get to that level of implementation, it's like pretty significant, I would say. And in true like trading card, or not trading card fashion, but true like video game fashion, some of them are reskins of pre-existing ones or are like remodels using the same rig. So you'll see that like, oh okay, all archers, they use the same animation rig for the models but look visually distinct enough. So for instance, I can make these magma hurlers, which are a little bit better in a lot of ways than aggressors. But the good thing about the aggressors is that it's like an early game large unit, which is the really strong thing. Otherwise you'd have to wait for free orbs, which on some maps isn't always like something you can do early on. So having something like that which can like completely stagger enemy units early on is pretty good. Another part of the game, since I did mention the whole power thing, is that you can also voluntarily sacrifice or destroy your units and buildings. So I just did that, so 140 power just went into that void energy thing. And now it'll gradually trickle back. So, you know, for instance, if you're playing fire and you put down orcs, they only cost a mere 50 power, but they're very weak. So the idea is that you sort of spam them, and through like different buildings and such, you can sort of combine these cheap units and get some pretty cool synergy bonuses. If I remember correctly, like Undead has a lot of, oh, if a unit dies within this area, like something special happens or something like that. So, you know, there's a lot of ways to build your decks in here. And I have a lot of cards in this deck that I probably won't be using in this map because it's, you know, it's literally the first map that you would play in the campaign. So, you know. I did play this last year when it was like fairly new in terms of like official beta release or whatever you want to call it. And no, it wasn't last year. It must have been earlier than that because it was like in beta for a while and then they wiped everything. But as far as I know, this is like they've gotten to the point where it's now the live game, right? So there shouldn't be any more wipes as far as I know. So that's why, like, going back to the game today, I already have a bunch of cards. And something that you might have noticed is that some of them say like have like a 1 symbol and a 2 symbol in the top left corner. And that's because they've been upgraded, and we can go over how that works after this, because it's a little bit easier to show out in the main area, let's say. Okay, this should be fine. But basically every time you do these maps, the campaign maps specifically, you get these upgrade cards at random. And you can use those to improve the effectiveness of your cards, amongst other things. Yeah, and that's a really big unit. It does a lot of damage. But I got the power of healing on my side. And the heal is like really, like, it can be sort of underwhelming at times. But that's because the way it's balanced is that it heals a certain amount and then it distributes it amongst your units. So if you have a lot of units that end up taking a lot of damage, then even a strong heal won't really do you much. Like, it'll still be helpful, but it won't be as effective as if you have fewer strong units. And being that they are trading cards, you also have like a limit on how frequently you can cast them. So that's what the bottom left number is for. So for instance, I can cast the Magma Hurlers another 2 times, at which point it goes on cooldown. I can put down 15 Wind Weavers though, before that one goes on cooldown. And that's very important to consider when you're making a rush deck or a sacrificial deck, or how you want to put it. Simply because if your deck starts going on complete cooldown with all your cards, you might just start building up a ton of excess energy you just can't invest because all your cards are on cooldown. So only having cheap cards is not necessarily a good idea, especially if you don't have a lot of cheap cards in your deck, because you won't be able to play them until later in the map. Now these Slayer dudes here, they will explode when they die. Like that. So best not to stand in that when they die. Being that it's an older game, I also don't think it takes up a lot of space, does it, Toto? You're downloading it, so you would be able to know. And in terms of getting new cards, they've got like daily missions that you can do. And playing like for an X amount of time every day gives you a bonus discount on booster pack. And on a booster pack. So that you can also get the booster packs cheaply if you buy them, you know, every single day. And you do that objective. So it's not really like you need to be very good at the game either in order to get good rewards. A lot of it is basically just tied to playing the game. And and for the daily system, you can also re-roll some of the quests if they are on like the difficult side or just ones that you don't want to do. There's of course some limitations to this, but suffice it to say that you have options of like getting out of a situation where you just end up stuck with a quest you don't want to do. So when is the vendor not very happy when running installer? Well, I guess it makes sense given how this is like, you know, not endorsed by EA and such. They're just doing this because they want to, I suppose.
Ambush.
What does this one do again? Oh yeah, Rocky Aura that grants special armor to friendly entities. Yeah. A buffing spell. So yeah, you've got units, buildings, and spells. And you can organize your deck in any way you want. There's no limitation on like how many of a specific type of card, like how many spells and such you need to have. So if you wanted to, you could just leave them out entirely, though usually not that great of an idea. But you could theoretically have a deck comprised entirely of creatures if you wanted to. Let's destroy this breeding grounds. Just because I don't need one down there. Did I? No, I did not pick up this stuff in the back. Inefficient. But yeah, there's a lot of cool units in this game, so whenever I heard about this fan revival, I was freaking hyped.
Your forces are under attack.
Get some worms.
Ambush. Beware.
How's the audio, by the way? Is it fine? I hope so. Otherwise, I've just been yelling over all the audio. Or at least been trying to.
Praise the Sky Lords. The way
It's
is
low,
clear.
okay.
Let's move.
Do I need to boost it? Because I can do that. Rather have it too low than too high, I guess.
Presence on the burial hill. An infected Wrathgazer. He's consuming the spirits of the dead. Send in melee troops to occupy the creature and stop any spirits from reaching him.
Let's try this. How's this? Because obviously there's a difference between times where there's not much going on and when there's a lot of shit happening.
He's seen you. Move in.
So let's see if this is gonna end up being really loud. So this Wrathgazer is really annoying because it'll basically freeze one of your units and just gradually disintegrate it without doing actual damage to it. It doesn't matter how big the unit is. Well, it kind of does. It has an effect on how long it takes before it disintegrates. And I like to put down some towers around here. Do need some nearby units to put down buildings though. Can't just put them anywhere. Yikes. It'll spawn these angry spirits here, which I need to make sure to take out before they go to it. But yeah, apart from sacrificing your units, you'll also get the energy or the power in return if you lose them towards the enemy. So that's like a way of having a comeback mechanic, which works pretty well. You can also, there's also summoning sickness in the game. So if I just summon like this Bloodhorn out in the middle of everything, so it's got like summoning sickness now. It's dazed, which basically halves its maximum hit points and disables its abilities. But you can put them down, you just need a nearby unit. But this is the first map, so it's not like terribly difficult.
Fine work.
And there we
You,
go.
my friends, show promise. Meet me near Hope.
The monster is defeated. Let's get our sorry behinds to Hope on the double.
I've always thought that the units in this game look fucking amazing, and for such an old game, I think that it still holds up even to today's standards, in my opinion. Wait, I got a shaman card. Nice. So this is basically the post-game results, right? So I gained 240 BattleForge points, which you use to buy booster packs, gold, which you use to upgrade your units, and then you get random upgrade cards. If you're playing in a multiplayer map with multiple people, then you roll for these, basically, but you also get more options. And each map has a selection of different upgrade cards. So if you are using a deck with some very specific units, you know, in order to get the upgrades for them, you need to take on specific maps as well, which can be a little bit tricky without looking at like a complete list of where you find them, because there's no way in game that they tell you where you get all these. But yeah, because this one on the left is gray, I already had that one, so it was converted to gold. But the shaman is actually pretty cool. I'm not using it in this deck, but it's a pretty good card. So that's sort of how combat functions. And whenever you're not doing a battle, you're out in the forge here. And this is where you can test out all your cards without any costs and such. And even spawn in enemy units to test them out against. And all these cards on the left are the ones that I have. And when you start with a brand new account, in the game, they do give you like a bunch of starting cards to get into the game with a lot of different options to get started playing different ways. Like for instance, if you wanted to do a blue-purple deck so that you could get this Lost Dragon, for instance, you know, they do start you with some blue and purple cards. I think also green and red and so forth. Not an awful lot though, so in the beginning you will be sort of just making do with whatever you can get your hands on. Yes. And one thing that I've been slowly working towards is getting a mono green deck. Because I want to make a deck where I'm making use of this building here, which is really good for co-op. Basically, you build it once, and you choose a buff, and then it gives a map-wide buff, which is either, well, what does it say? 20% more damage, or taking 20% less damage. And you can have both at the same time, you just need to play them. But since it requires 2 green orbs, and my current deck has, you know, it's a rainbow deck using all 4 colors, it doesn't make sense to have it in. There's also like this one, for instance, this is 3 green ones, right? So if you wanted to use this particular card, you would probably do a mono green, if maybe like 2 colors. It's a really cool one too, if I remember correctly. Yeah. when it dies, it becomes like smaller copies of itself. And when they die, they become smaller copies of themselves again. And then when they die, they're gone. But you can only mess around with cards that you actually have, which is a bit unfortunate. That's just how the game works. So the only way to figure out how cards work if you've never played the game before is just trial and error and see like, okay, what do you get in your booster packs, and then sort of just mess around, see what works and what doesn't. So yeah, how's the install going, Toto? I don't even remember in the beginning if you have to play like single player or however, because the maps are gradually unlocked, I'm pretty sure, because it is a campaign after all. And having never played the game, it might be a good idea to go through some of that. But yeah, it would be like if this game catches people's interest in the community, I would not mind doing some community games once in a while. That would be pretty cool. Why don't we buy a booster pack? Let me just check here. So this is where the booster packs are located. And there's different types. I think those were also implemented by Skylords Reborn. I don't think they used to be like different types of booster packs. But basically like you can buy the generic one, which just contains random cards, but they're also cheaper booster packs. Or you can buy specific boosters that contain cards within certain colors. But, you know, if I wanted mono green, for instance, I would have to whip out an additional 50 BattleForge points. Also, here's the thing I mentioned in the top. If I play for a total of 45 minutes on a daily basis, I get 100 BattleForge point booster discount. And now I'm trying to remember. This was the quest I did yesterday. Don't mind that then. How is it again? Is it in here? No, is it in here? Rewards. Here it is. Here we got the quests. So there's like both overarching quests and the daily quests, or daily rewards or whatever. If I remember correctly. Right? Let me try and remember how this works. Oh, right. No, sorry. So there's quests, which are the daily ones that you get, and then there are achievements. That's how it is. So quests is like, oh, win randomly generated PV matches of difficulty 5 or higher, for instance. Then I get 70 additional BattleForge points. And then there's like a bunch here that I can re-roll. So for instance, wins a multiplayer campaign PvE matches or random generated PvE matches difficulty 5 or higher with other players. So if you don't want to play with other players, you know, you could say like, oh, try and re-roll this. And then I think it became this one. Collect all the gold from chests from a random generated PvE map of difficulty 5 or higher. But you can only re-roll one map a day, so it's like, you know. But I don't remember if there's a limit on how many quests you can have as well, since you basically get new ones every single day. Then there's the daily rewards, which is just like playing the game and based off of time, I think. So every day you can gain 550 BattleForge points, which is, you know, a booster pack. And then there's the reserve here. How does that work again? You're still able to earn BFP from the reserve. The rate at which you can earn BFP from the reserve is determined by the amount of stored BFP. High amount of stored BFP will allow you to drain the reserve more quickly. The reserve refills at a constant rate of 10 BFP per hour. Right. So this is like for the ones that really just can't put the game down. So you've got your daily reserve that only resets daily, but then or your daily boost, and then you've got your reserve which restores itself over every what does it say, every hour? Yeah. So there's a little bit of gatekeeping when it comes to booster packs. But you know, they do have sort of an economy too. Let me actually try and see here. It's not an ultra rare. It's also a green card. But like, I know that shamans are pretty expensive. This is almost like an entire booster packs worth of BattleForge points to buy one of these bad boys. But that's because they're like an early game healer, which can be pretty good in PvP and such. And as you can expect from an auction house, you've got buyout and bids. So in this case, they haven't put them up for bid, just for buyout. So that's also a way, like if you get some cards that you don't want to use yourself and you get them for booster packs, for instance, and want to convert them into BFP BattleForge points and maybe buy something else on the auction house, this is pretty good as well. Let's see, Forest Elder. Yeah, this is also a really cool card, but for a mono green deck. I don't remember if I ended up buying one or if I was just saving up, because that's another card that I want for my mono green deck. Nah, I do not have one. Oh right, I also know why. That's true. So there's like a little mechanic as well here. So these guys, they've got like this purple orb in the top right. And if I remember, the Amazon also has like one, but it's green. So what that means is that there are variations of the card, which you can't see the other one because there's none for sale. But there's the purple one here, which it's surrounded by pestering weeds that poison enemy units within a 20-meter radius. They lose 30 hit points every second while being near the Forest Elder. That's what the purple one does. The green one also does an AoE effect similarly, but it heals allied units as far as I remember instead. So that's why it's more interesting to have than the purple one, which is probably also why there's none on the auction house. Everyone wants to keep it to themselves. What are they called again? Let's see. Because there's also promo cards, just like in typical trading card game fashion. Yes. So for instance, the Swamp Drake you can get as like a promo card variant. As far as I know. Yeah, so the main difference is that it's really expensive. Like really fucking expensive, because these are very rare. But also it's basically like the original card, but completely upgraded from the beginning. So if we go and take a look at the Swamp Drake, if I can freaking remember how that works. I know it's a 3 mana cost card, so that should make it a little bit easier. There we go. Right click here, I can press upgrade. So this is how the upgrade system works. You've got your claim upgrades and your upgrade menu in here. So yeah, true. I don't remember if this is something they implemented or if it was always in the game. But you can basically also use your gold coins to just straight up say like, oh, I want an upgrade for this particular unit. So you don't have to randomly grind for it. But you know, you can do both. So should I? Let's actually just do that just to show you guys. So now like it's in here, right? But you notice that there's 2 lanes of cards. So what this is if I get another Swamp Drake card, I can add more charges to it. That's what it means. So if I get duplicate cards, I can like sort of combine them together so that I can throw them down for like more times in a row before they go on cooldown. And if I upgrade it with this thing that we just bought here, it gets an additional 90 hit points, and its ability Sleep Well will affect 1 more target. Apply that, so now it should say have like a 2 symbol in the top left. And different cards get different benefits from the upgrades. Some will receive like straight up upgrades to the hit points only, or like damage only, and so forth. Yeah, like these guys, they just get more damage basically, right? And in other cases, they will like straight up get extended capabilities in terms of what abilities they have. Yeah, and the Wind Weavers, they don't do more damage, but they become sturdier, right? More hit points. So you can tell that there's already a lot to do in the game if you just want to completely upgrade your deck. And since there are different difficulties in the game, and it's also related to those upgrades, you kind of want to get them upgraded before you move on to higher difficulties too. Otherwise you might face some difficulty, as it all implies. But why don't we go to the store and buy some mono green booster packs? Well, actually, do I want to do that? Because 20 minutes and another... Nah. Toto, did you make an account already? Because I can search for you. And there's a bunch of people that are online right now. So it's not by any means like doing poorly. It does have players playing it. Toto-cha. All right. Well, that didn't really do much. Oh, you're still installing. Ah, okay. Then that's probably why. It probably only shows online players or something. Well, then we can try and take on a skirmish map. They're located down here. Oh yeah, and this is the 12-player one. You can also see if there are active games on the world map. There is one in the sparring ground at the moment. One just popped up down here in this 4-player PvE scenario. This is difficulty 9 though. I don't think I can handle that. Some of them, like skirmish and playing together and such, can be a little bit easier than doing it on your own. But yeah, for skirmish we have like a slider here, and one of the things that make it difficult is that there's a time limit, which increases the higher difficulty you get, or you set it to. So difficulty 5 or higher. Oh yeah, there's also map of the month, which is basically like a feature where a specific random gen map seed or whatever is like chosen as map of the month, and then you can try and like redo that one. But let's do this. Also, like certain maps or certain decks work better on certain maps than others, especially for the campaign, because some of them you have to defend a position. So if you don't have any structures to build to defend that position, you sort of end up getting pop capped very quickly, which is that little sort of indicator on top of your power meter or whatever. And the unit cap in terms of population is 120, with different units taking up different amounts of space. Okay. Let's make a decently sized army here. Because the thing that can make skirmish a little bit difficult is coming back from like a defeat, basically. Especially once you start running out of card plays. So I've already mentioned that the archers, they can do multi-shot and hit 2 units at the same time. The spearmen, on the other hand, they have like a weapon change ability, which flips their blade around so that they deal medium damage, I believe, instead of... is it? Yeah, against medium units instead of small ones. So it literally just goes like, swink. They also change formation, just as a visual. You can switch it back and forth as you need. So a small unit that can deal medium damage at will. And it means basically, the general gist is that these units, because they are like battalions or whatever, they'll always be small. So you can sort of tell at a glance the different unit sizes. It's not always as easy to tell. Like this one is medium, right? This bandit shaman. Blue. Double D, double die. So yeah, this is basically how skirmish is structured. The random gen is pretty consistent on how it works. You have these sort of arenas or whatever, islands connected by lanes that sort of form up a maze. And in some cases there'll just be like a lot of enemies, and in others there'll also be resources so that you can improve your arsenal and all that jazz. Let's get a burrow, or just one, yeah. Which is a medium unit dealing siege damage. So I just cast Curse of Oink, which basically just incapacitates the enemy units by turning them into pigs for a limited amount of time. And then if you attack them, they come out of that shape, if you will. Oop. This one arch is just getting freaking pummeled over here. And yeah, every time I use a healing spell, all the power that I'm consuming that way does get put into the void power. So it's not permanently lost, but you also don't want to overuse them because, like everything else, they've got charges. Being that they are spells though, they have more charges than other things. And typically large units will have less charges by default than smaller ones. So like for instance the Bloodhorn only has 1 charge. Because it is not upgraded. I did also add it to the deck very recently, so it's not even level 1 yet. And it's also a rare card, so if I wanted multiple ones of them to get more charges, it would be pretty expensive. Whereas like the archers and spearmen are common, denoted by the bronze icon in the bottom left, right. When BattleForge was still new, if you will, or active originally, they also made different card series. So the ones that have like this sun peeking over like a planet or whatever, that's the original like series that was in the base game for the Twilight stuff. There's also this ship one, which I don't remember what, like I don't remember what they were all called, but there's a ship one, and then there is this one as well. So there, I believe there were 3 or 4 card series before the game ended up like just dying. So they did manage to get a lot of content out. I don't remember how many years it ran for, But yeah, eventually, I guess EA just decided to shut it down because it wasn't being profitable enough. And yes, back in the day, you bought BattleForge points with real life money, so you ended up buying these virtual trading cards with real life money. And the auction house also still relied on BattleForge points. So in other words, you could trade with other people on there and then get like you know, BattleForge points in return for your cards that you might not necessarily want for your deck. But because it was still heavily RNG based, and there were ways to get BattleForge points for free, but it was in like a far cry from being as generous as it is with Skylords Reborn though. I think it was like something measly as you could get 15 BFP every day or something through the daily quests. Compare that to like literally being able to get about, what was it, like 600 just from playing the game? Yeah. Enough said, I guess. Okay, this should be fine. Got 16 minutes left. Boom, boom, boom. Because I did decide to replace our archers with our bigger units, which does make sense to do, especially due to how the void power system works, right? They're not truly lost. Also because these guys knock down all those smaller units, so they don't really stand a chance. This is an annoying spot. I have a suspicion they probably have a spawning building somewhere around here. So, until now we've been lucky. Yeah, they do have a abandoned camp down there. So effectively I do need to get rid of that, otherwise they'll just keep respawning more units. Oh shit, they've got one of those. That's not good. Cancel out those healers. Those snipers really do a lot of damage though. Oops. Not enough power, come on. Focus that healer. And then that sniper. And then that should mean that these guys are about to return. There we go. So what do you guys think so far? Yes, that is BattleForge. Indeed it is, the thinker. It is BattleForge. It's the Skylords Reborn revival. Just showing it off to people today because not everyone knows about this. Looks cool. Have you played this back in the day when it was owned? Well, I guess it's still technically owned by EA, but you know, when it was active. Big fan of RTS. Alright. Then you and Toto got something in common, I think. It's you can go and play it for free right now if you are curious. Hold on a second. I should still have it bookmarked. Yes. You're playing Warhammer Dawn of War free. I haven't played the newer ones, but I've played Dawn of War 2 and the original one. Not too big a fan of the original one because of the balancing issues. That game sort of
A monument is under attack.
under attack. Access denied. But yeah, I wasn't really a big fan of
Your
Warhammer
forces are under
40k
attack.
back in the day. It's just like so many factions that work in radically different ways that, I don't know, there was some balancing issues. Yeah, I guessed something like that. I particularly remember a... don't want to repair, I want to destroy. Thank you very much. I particularly remember playing against a friend. How are we doing on time? 11 minutes. Playing against a friend in the original Warhammer 40k. And he was playing as Chaos Marines, and I was playing as Orcs. Now, Orcs, as you probably know, are basically a rush faction, so in order to, at least for 40k, to play them, you kind of have to rush. If you don't, you're really just screwed. And of course, you know, I haven't played that much of it, of the games, especially like competitive at all. But I did try and play them at least the way they're intended to. But I basically got to his base and he didn't have any defenses or units made yet. But while I was in his base, he quickly managed to build a single turret, and that managed to take out my entire horde of units. They failed to even take down one defensive building, which was just so sad. And then it was pretty much game over because I couldn't catch up at that point anymore. Because by the next time I came by, he started doing like the really high-end demon lord, whatever, the demon prince or whatever units that are just a one-man army and just so ridiculously overpowered that even like a full orc army couldn't even do anything against him. And there was just like no way of winning anymore because even the orcs, you know, high-tier units were underwhelming in comparison. And when not even your strongest units can even make a dent in his one-man army, yeah, you've got a problem. I was a little bit salty, but I kind of went into the fight because we talked about the game and I said that it was imbalanced and he didn't want to believe me. But you know,
A monument is under attack.
could also just argue that was kind of crap at the game. I don't consider myself bad at it, at least. That's why, but for BattleForge, like, one thing that I really enjoyed about it is that it had a pretty heavy focus on PvE co-op missions. Alright. Alright. I don't paint Warhammer minis, but crap. I do have a bunch of Reaper minis though. Let's rebuild that orb. Fortunately, it's cheaper to rebuild it. Come on, UI, don't fail me now. There we go. But yeah, I'm just really bad at getting painting done. WizKid's dragon model for D&D. I don't know what a WizKids dragon model is. Oh, gotta focus on this. You go in and destroy that building. Don't want them to recuperate. Oh yeah, this is a really cool feature as well. Like really, XL units will also trample small units. So if you just walk through a small battalion of units with a really big one, they'll just get thrown all over the place and take damage just from you walking through there. It's pretty cool.
A monument is under attack.
Again. Okay, we got 7 minutes. We're doing good though. Similar brand as Reaper. Oh, okay. That's what it means. Yeah, I'm only familiar with, like, obviously Games Workshop and Reaper, and then a little bit of some of the other brands that exist for different things, but I don't know what they're called, so... Like, I've seen them in the local hobby games store and stuff. But nah, I just don't remember. Okay. I also have some Reaper mini dragon, or dragons that is, or a dragon that is painted. I've got a Caladrex sitting on the shelf over there. Can't see it, but just take my word for it. They've got Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is a pain in the ass because he's a hero unit. Good thing he's dead now. We've got heals and damage reduction spells, so we win. Also got some really big units. Dink. Have your moments, sometimes you're really on the hobby grind, and then other you just take breaks from painting. Yeah, I kind of have it the same way. I actually have a commissioned model that I need to do for a friend of mine, but I've just been like procrastinating for so long now that it's just been like sitting. It's a model for, oh yeah, and I got all these achievements. Nice. It's a model for a board game. It's the Trial by Trolley Cyanide and Happiness board game, because he bought it in a Kickstarter or something, and the models are non-painted, so they're just like you can paint them any way you want. And so far I have like one of them painted, but there's also like an actual trolley that I've started on. So there's like two like characters, and then there's the trolley itself. And for the trolley, god damn, like in order to paint the insides of it, because it has like a canopy roof, I basically had to take a hobby knife and basically split the roof from the rest of the model, which is just like, god damn it, why didn't it come in two parts? Because now I had to like cut it up, paint it, and then stitch it back together again with glue, which, you know, if cutting like really spindly hard plastic things is always unnerving for me, especially when it's like, you know, a full cast model. But yeah. So we did a skirmish map. That's what they were basically like. How is it going, Toto? Got that game installed yet? Almost at 45 minutes. But yeah. Getting BFP is not too difficult. Let's see. Had to cut the wings off of this one dragon model. Still no painting, but the wings were just in the way too much. Yeah, I think I've got like some models that are like that, where Reaper thought about it, but I didn't consider it. So, I've got like these chibi dragon things. Whilst I'll wait for Toto, I guess I can grab some just for good measure's sake. You know, as they say, sharing is caring and all that. So, a little break from this. Go over to the talking thing. So, let's see here. So this is like the trial by trolley figure that I need to paint. So it's like the bad guy or whatever. And I have painted and, you know, prettified. Let's see. There we go. This little dude. A little bit out of focus because it's so close. Wow, it's got grass and everything. And then this is the this is the under part of the carriage. So you can see like, damn, like moving my hand is pretty difficult when I'm looking on a different monitor. But basically all those spindly things I had were attached to let's see, like this canopy piece here. So you can kind of tell that having to cut these, and they're like really thin, right? And it's hard plastic. Yeah, that wasn't fun. But yeah, I mean, I'm more than halfway there. I've just been procrastinating too much. And let's see, where's the opening to this one? But I've got like these cutesy little dragons from Reaper as well. And I don't remember, I think the wings I have glued on, I can't even remember. They might actually, I think they might just be stuck on right now. But like, you know, this is another case where you keep them on like this, they're harder to paint. But yeah. And I've got 5 of those little cutesy ones, all in different colors, but that's another project I've also been procrastinating with for a long time. So yeah. But I was part in the very first Reaper Bones Kickstarter back in the day, so that one and another one I was part of, which basically just, like I've got hundreds of unique miniatures to paint if I wanted to. Aren't too bad. The model you were talking about, they were big wings and they were folded over to, ooh. Yeah. I mean, hold on. So are we talking about like this size wing? Because this is the one from my Caladrex. By the way, I should probably mention that I actually painted the Caladrex not only a long time ago, but it was also one of the first things that I wanted to paint because I was eager and also wanted to try and paint something that was really big. So I didn't really do a masterful job on it, but it looks okay. I wouldn't move it over here, but it's just like too freaking big, dude. Because the tail is like so long or something like that. 7 to 9 inch big in total. No problem. It's always interesting. I do get a lot of hobby painters in here as well. See here. Let me just Google this with you. So this is Caladrax. Mine obviously doesn't look like this, but that tail is absolutely ridiculous, by the way. I decided to paint mine as like a black-boned, red-webbed, winged thing. I do want to revisit it at some point when I've gotten a little bit better and put some better effects on it, because I do want those glowy like wing effects and whatnot. But yeah. Oh yeah, people have been modifying it with lights, which is also just ridiculous. It's a really cool model though. But I also have like a ton of other dragons from Reaper that I need to paint. Like I got one, it's like a red dragon that came with a ruins thing, like a bunch of modular ruin structures, and it's just like been gathering dust over the last years. I also have Kingdom Death Monster minis, which are kind of cool. But those are also like a completely different topic, because that's for a board game. Let me actually put that back in performance mode. All right. Let's see, Toto has been very quiet. I hope she didn't fall asleep. Yeah, I put them down there just because, why not, you know? It's my jam. Ooh. Expert, that's the highest difficulty. I don't know if I can participate in that. Standard. Oh, they've got one open slot. Shoot. Morgana Le Fay. Alright. What the hell? I just got a Steam. Alright, Toto. Ah, it's updating, is it? Just FYI, I have to minimize the game every time I have to go onto my desktop. Later on, they were just called the Fae. Seventh Seal. Alright. Ah, goddammit. Come on, people. What are they doing? Yeah, I had to update the game last night yesterday as well, and it took a little while. Svenska. Alright. Enjoy your mac and cheese. Synergisto. Mac 314. Also, because this is like the revival, I actually managed to get Dragon King without any whack-ass numbers or anything, so I'm just called Dragon King in this game. It's like the one opportunity I had, and I seized it. Even back in the day when it was an EA's official service, that wasn't even a possibility. Come on! Start the game already. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine. It's fine. Maybe I'll just wait for Toto. Wait. That was free skirmish fights down here. They're all like really high difficulty. God damn it. Screwed. We'll just do another difficulty 5. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Got like a volcano type map this time around, by the looks of things.
Weave wind and death.
So one thing I forgot is that I've got these tunnels here. I can use them to GLA style teleport across the map. So you can make your GLA almost as well in here. There's actually a unit you can get which can turn itself into a tunnel as well. It's like a giant worm that just moves around the map underground and shoots projectiles. What even was the... yeah, it's Q for the attack order. Pew pew. Which direction to go in? I think we need to go south. Putting your units next to buildings is also another way of healing them. Shit. I guess it's left click for the attack order. It's not the end of the world. Swing.
Eyes open.
Let's get in that frost orb.
Balance.
Sacrifice a spearman, maybe? Because the aggressors are pretty expensive, but they're also worth it. Could also do some burrowers, but I think aggressor, just a single one might be a good idea. Did spawn it too far away from a building though, so now it's got summoning sickness. There we go. Sweet. Well, here come the reinforcements. Let's take our spearmen and sacrifice those dudes. Don't want to go and completely wreck the entire army, because if I do that, then if we get attacked, which might happen, then there's nothing to defend with. You can sort of use the silhouette of the terrain as well, even in the fog of war, to figure out where to go. Because you have to clear out the entire map in order to win, so... No enemies left alive. Let's try this. Because the aggressors can kind of disrupt those melee units, so not too worried about that. And with this breeding ground here, they're fairly cheap. Oh, fuck. What's this unit? Oh, it's a giant slayer? Okay. Ow. Those buildings hurt pretty badly, actually. Oh, fuck. Shit. That's not good. Retreat. This is not good. Wow, that guy just completely wrecked everything. God damn it, Toto. I can't see that. I don't even know if I can even pause this. Oh shit, I'm fucked. I am so fucked. Yeah, we took a wrong turn, I think. I don't think I'll be getting back from this one. We can try. So many dudes. Because there's so much critical mass over here. Because I've just aggroed too many camps now, I think. So dealing with this is not very likely. Also, you're running out of cards very quickly. Try putting down one of those. Yeah, that Ember Strike unit really did me in pretty good. Oh shit. Pop, pop, pop. If I get a third orb, I might be better off though. Because then we can also make swamp drakes. But I might run out of time before I finish the map though. That is the issue at the moment. Because there's like so many units coming in that I now have to deal with. Try and put down a static defense, see how that goes. Yeah, they just keep on coming now. Get that critical mass up. Can also make a hammer fall, which is a pretty good unit, but it only targets land-based stuff. It does double as a healing fountain though. I think this is going to be fine though. Now the big question is, what do we have up here? Just a bunch of small units. Yeah, so we should just have gone in this direction, which is, you know, a little bit late to know that. Which is the part of the challenge for the skirmish matches, being randomly generated and all that. Oh shit. There's some pretty big units over there. This is exit, yes. I really like the way the tunnels work in this compared to Generals and Battle for Middle-earth though. Because you don't put them into the building, it's just like you define an exit and then they just teleport from A to B.
Your forces are under attack.
We're under attack. Okay, let's get that purple orb up there. Got 10 minutes. It's like I could attack now, or I could wait until I can get like at least one XL unit. And if I wait to get at least an XL unit, then I won't be spending as much of my resources on healing spells. But obviously then I'll have less time. But I think if we go for a Bloodhorn, we should be okay. Then this can act as a tank, and it gets like a buff where it does more damage at the cost of reducing its hit points, but that works fine in my case because I can just heal it after all. doing that.
monument is under attack. A power well is under attack.
Well that's not good. Oh shit, there's a lot of stuff up here.
A monument has been destroyed.
Yeah, I might be fucked. Because the issue is that they are going to march from up there downwards now. And I only have 9 minutes. Or rather, they might march downwards. They might also just have returned up here, wherever they are sitting at. Oh wow. Nah, they did go south. Okay. Might be fucked. Don't lose the units. Those towers do a whole lot of damage. Especially these Ember Strike dudes. Because of their special abilities. I barely have any freaking units left. Fortunately, we did have defenses down here, so they did take care of it. But at what cost? At what cost? Because there's still like 3 branches or something, if not 4, just full of units.
A monument is under attack.
Let's go down here. Seven minutes. That's gonna be a close one if I win this. At least that's what it seems like at the moment. Because although we get void power back, it does take a second. And more of those really annoying fucking towers. Oh god, this, yeah, this. Yeah. I don't think this is gonna work out in our favor.
A power well is under attack.
Ramp. Nah.
A monument has been destroyed.
Again. Yeah, that's good. That is not good.
A power well has been destroyed.
Don't die, big boy. I need you. Ah, fuck. Should I just forfeit? Let me just forfeit. It's fine. Swink. Get like a consolidation prize still. Okay, Total, let me see what you wrote. You are in game, I see. Ah. Wow. Just add it to your friends list. All right, well, let me know, because we should have like how does hold on. Yeah, let me just get these. So how does the chat system work again? There's like here, so I can say /group yo. Let me know if you're ready to do some fighting. So I can buy this booster pack for cheaper. And let's actually just buy a couple of these because I have so many BF points. Ooh, I actually got one of those. Huh. Deep core worms. It's not a. It's a pretty cool card. See, forest whim, nah. A mana wing. If I remember correctly, this is like the cheapest flying unit you can get. It's also the earliest flying unit you can get. And a primal watcher. Got a lot of giant worms. Yeah, I don't have the last upgrade though. Doobie-doop. Damn, those are expensive. Let's see. Should probably use the filter. But I had this one back in the day as well. It's a pretty cool card. It basically moves on the ground like this. So it sort of like teleports around in some ways. So it's a very unique kind of movement. And its attack is a ranged attack as well, which is pretty good. And then because of how fast it moves and its special ability, you just temporarily turn it into like a portable portal. And then it acts as an exit or whatever. Alright, should we just try a skirmish, Toto? Because we can just do a like difficulty 2 map if you want to. Toto, no idea what Toto's doing. Alright. Well, trial by fire, eh? You were just waiting, I suppose. But yeah, I assume you just use the starting deck, because you have like a pre-built deck in the beginning. It takes a while to get used to the different cards and such, just like with a regular trading card game. And since your unit selection, all that is based off of what cards you have available, you know. Kind of need the cards in order to figure out what they do first. So we were both like situated on this map. And if I remember correctly, it does connect up, but you do have to manage on your own for a little while. My suggestion would be to build up an army before you move out, because if you only send a single group ahead, you're gonna get wrecked. Most likely. Also because of summoning sickness, so you can't just like spawn in a bunch of enemies, units that is. I can help you out with spells though. But only in a limited capacity. But yeah, you have to spawn them near your buildings, otherwise they get summoning sickness. I did choose like a really low difficulty though, so you can make plenty of mistakes. And you still get some rewards even if we fail, so just consider this a practice round, I suppose. God damn it. Didn't hit those arches. But yeah, one way to look at it is that it's a little bit of a game in stages where you go from one point to the next once you have like simulated an army. Then you take out the position and then you might expand your army a little bit more before moving on. So if you want to rush, it's more like red cards you need for that. Blue is very defensive in terms of their unit selection.
Archers, reporting.
North Guard's ready.
You're doing okay though. So like I've got a position down here with 2 monuments and 4 power wells. So this is like one that we technically are meant to share. But I could already go ahead and get like power free units or free up units if I wanted to. Does seem like we're connected somewhere around here though. That's a long way. Oh, you also got like one of those. Okay. But yeah, I unfortunately cannot summon units at your location. And you know, you do have the benefit that even though you lose units, you do get the resources back. The button for sacrificing is under your minimap. It's to the right hand side of that skull. And the way it works is that you select whatever you want to sacrifice and you double press that skull to turn it back into void power. So for instance, if you don't want the towers near your main place, you can sacrifice those to get more resources for units. And you definitely want to get those power wells built because they give you that passive income.
On track.
Let's see what's over here.
Simple. Prey is near. Target marked.
Yeah, you want to take those resource deposits.
Master archers, reporting.
Eyes open. Balance.
Get some red as well. Hope you're okay, Toto. Yeah, select these wells and then you can spend resources to build those.
Eyes open. Make it quick.
I assume you've also figured out how the orb system works. Those are also super expensive. So it's like always like strategic choice when you want to build orbs as opposed to be building more units of the same tier. Because it is a pretty huge power spike going from just one orb to the next. Seems like I can already connect up with you though. Yeah, you can also use your towers as like spawn pylons or whatever. So basically buildings don't add to your population cap, so you can build as many of those as you want to. The only thing you gotta consider is that for each building you put down, you're also reserving power basically that could be put into like making new units. So though you can make as many buildings as you want, it's not always the best idea to have static defenses. So yeah, now we gotta like go down to where I'm at in the other end, and then there's like 2 branches down here we gotta take care of. So I'm gonna be building this portal here, and you should also be able to use that to travel down. Also, if you build units next to this breeding ground in its area of effect, you also get that 25% cost reduction. Just FYI. I'll set up a tunnel here and then designate it as an exit. Should allow us to get down here as well with new units. I actually think you might be using the tutorial deck. So the amount of cards, if I'm not mistaken, like your deck isn't even full, is it? How's it again? Can I even... Nah, I don't think I can set... Flying units do not go through the tunnel network, unfortunately. Yeah, we've got like a little island to the southeast here before we win. Got like 5 minutes left. Oh, you did make your own deck. Cool, cool. There we go, we win. See, that wasn't too bad. And let's see. Yeah, you also get XP. I think that's just for like your ranking or something. So, are you interested in more? I don't. Yeah, I've only got like this main deck as well. Haven't gotten around to like making another one, but I also have more cards to choose from than you do probably. So, this was that new one we got. But yeah, we can do more skirmish battles, which we just did, or we can also do some campaign stuff if you're curious. At least the 2-player maps. Even some that I haven't unlocked myself. Let me try and remember. Defend the search expedition that has found a trace of the missing gods. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit confusing lore-wise because there is like an order to things pretty much. Because all these here are single-player maps. And it's like the initial campaign or whatever that introduces you to the game a little bit. But we can do this one, the Crusade and Sunbridge, if you're interested into doing that. And we'll just play it on standard. So if we do like this, and then like if you're ready, like you can still edit your deck if you're not quite ready yet. Let me see if there's anything that I would like to do. I should probably really claim these. Get that upgrade in. Okay, you're ready. So what do you think of the game so far? Because mostly you've just seen gameplay, haven't really played much yet, but I found it pretty interesting back in the day at least. And there's not really, like, to my knowledge, been an attempt at something similar to this.
For your assistance. We must defend the site. Watch for attacks from the north. Surely the gods themselves assembled here to unearth this
Fat UI. See, the UI depends on your screen resolution actually. I tried doing 2K res to begin with, but the UI became so small that I just couldn't see, like, I just couldn't, it was just too small.
There's a teleporting circle nearby. Use it to swiftly transport your troops close to the humans.
How does this work again? So there's like Rogue and Kale up here that we gotta help out. So we basically gotta build up our forces in this first 7 minutes. Clear a path up to your portal area. Because there's also like gonna be, it's basically a mirrored map, right? So you'll also have some power wells over there. Bad UI. But yeah, being an old game, there's no UI scale, unfortunately. We also have to protect our own base, by the way, that's why there's a gate, I'm pretty sure. And if you've got small archer units, you can also mount them on the walls, if useful. which gives them like a defensive buff while they're up there. And gives them the ability to shoot across, of course.
Get quick.
You're in trouble.
On track.
Yeah, archers aren't really the strongest. They don't do a whole lot of damage. But your units are cheaper though, compared to mine. So you can also spawn in more at a time. Or for the same cost, rather. Okay, there's also power wells right outside our gate. Probably also, maybe also an orb? We'll see. Pew, pew, pew. How's your computer running the game, by the way? I mean, it's a pretty old one, so I imagine it should be able to run it pretty well, right? Well, where are those bloody orbs? Oh shit.
On track. Wind weavers on the hunt. Balance. Prey is near. Swift. Get quick.
Okay, you got them. Good, good, good. Let's see, 3 minutes until the first major attack from the north.
Target marked. Prey is near. Balance.
A power well is under attack.
Get quick.
Death shall cleanse the world.
Wind.
Okay, ammo, okay. Calm down.
Away.
It's revealing.
Waiting. Target marked.
Good to see you back. So there's a power well in the middle here.
Balance.
Your ancestors were calling. I can actually see. They're forming into a gaseous material now. I can actually see them. The spirits are very active today. Still only one
Your
orb,
forces
eh?
are under attack.
Oh, right. If I remember correctly, there's probably an orb up at the portal, and I've just forgotten about that. Let's see. Because if I remember correctly, you send your units up here to this thing, and then you flip this activate teleport thing. Since there's only half a minute left, we should probably send some units across. Yeah, there's an orb and a power well, some power wells up here. There's also units, enemy units though. Yikes. I hope this is not going to come to bite us in the ass. Yeah, so they're coming from the north?
We're cut off. We should clear the west and east supply routes, and then pray for reinforcements. The Twilight creature seems drawn to this portal. No! They're killing us all! Help!
Help! Calm down, Rogan.
A power well is under attack.
Okay, so now we've got these objectives as well to take out these camps. Yeah, so we've got like 20 minutes until the next
Forces are
attack.
under attack.
By the way, ammo. Let's see. There's that thing again. I don't remember if you were here when I linked that. That's the Skylord's Reborn download if you're curious about checking it out.
A power well is under attack.
We're under attack. These guys are really getting annoying. I'll help set up some defenses over here. I think it's about time they learn a lesson. Oh, also, you can take on 4-player maps on your lonesome, by the way. I don't remember how it works on some of the maps where you have to do like separate objectives in 2 different places, but it is technically possible to solo that content as well. It's just, you know, not really built for it or recommended, if you will. Get this path cleared, eh? Also, Toto, there's still a power well up there if you want it. How does this ability work again? Oh, it was for knocking enemies off walls, right? And those sea tunes I have, they can also teleport to the nearest tunnel exit. It's like a quick retreat thing. And they go in balls deep into enemy territory. No, Toto, how's that position over there coming along? Obviously, I do acknowledge you have... you're gonna be having a harder time with a starter deck and stuff. Well, I'll try and help you out. Oh right, is the problem that you can't, like, if you need to get your units back, you can use my portal as well.
We are forsaken.
Can I open this chest now? Get some of these magma hurlers. How Toto get gold? There's these chests on the map, which is one way to get gold. For your card upgrades. So when I open that, we both get 64 in this case. Also, just completing skirmishes and maps and such will also yield you some gold. So where is it? If it's like a chest, like this chest is already opened, so you don't have to worry about that one.
An ally requests your attention.
Yeah, that one's already opened. I already opened that for us. So you don't need to worry about that one. You should have a chest on the right-hand side somewhere.
Under attack.
But that's like further up.
Good. The western part is clear of enemies.
But yeah, they'll appear closed like this. In order to open them though, you do need to clear the area for enemies. And then once it's been cleared, then after a little while you can open them. So like right now it says no on ground units nearby, right? But if I take the arches over here, then it'll say nearby ground units presently occupied, and that's because these walls are still needing destruction. Now those have been destroyed. I can open the chest after a little bit. Okay, I'm coming down to help you out. Hmm. There's a lot of enemies up here. Quickly get rid of all these archers, there's no need for those. There's actually a chest right next to Rogue and Kale as well that we need to open. Preferably. But yeah, no worries. You get the hang of it. I don't think on this map we don't really need to defend the middle point. It's just this topmost point because of the quest objective. Other than that, the objective is to clear this leftmost and rightmost path, basically. You also got your power well there.
Support routes are clear.
Defend the humans until reinforcements arrive at the site. So now we just gotta defend these guys.
From the south.
Fear not, they are my creatures. Forgive me. In my arrogance, I was blind to your cause. Came almost too late.
There we go. How are these walls holding up? Got a fair bit of towers now. Reinforcements have
Good
arrived.
work, fellow Skylords. The gods have unearthed the portal to the Sunbridge Shrine. This is the knowledge we needed. Our search will continue at the Sunbridge.
So many units up here now. And that was that map. Not too difficult, but we also played it on standard. But yeah, on this screen you'll see how many coins you also get along with your BattleForge points. So you got the tunnel upgrade card, and you got the Nether Warp upgrade card, and I got a Razor Leaf and Army Ritual. Actually, I can make them vote based as well, because I could actually have used that level 1 upgrade for the tunnel. I'll just claim it. Buy it that way, because it's not awfully expensive. So Toto, you getting the hang of it? Yeah, it's fine. Did not understand a thing. Okay. It also doesn't help that there's delay on the stream, so when I ping something and I tell you about it, it isn't exactly obvious. So basically we had to protect that northern part whilst making a path on the left and right hand side and work together to clear out those bases that were there. That was basically it. Does that help explain what was happening? I do understand the confusion. Some maps are like really hard to understand at a first glance, but you know, it's not a thing where you play them once and you're done with them. You can play them multiple times, as many times as you want. And because there's like you know, rewards associated with it, there might even be grounds to do so. Are you fresh to do another one? Because there's the Sunbridge, which is the next one in this storyline, so to speak. Rogan Kale is a character that gets introduced in the campaign up here, Encounters with Twilight, though. Always. Cool. We can do a need and or greed system as well. That way we can roll for cards. So this is the map, right? So let's just read this. The Mad God. We gotta defeat Mora, which is like our objective, which is located in the center up there. To defeat the infected god, you have to first destroy his 2 power shrines. Use a magical gate to direct the flow of the enemies, deciding which of you defends and who can attack. Switch it every few minutes by using the controllers near your first monument. If I remember correctly on this one, you basically have like a device near, like a structure near your home base, if you will, and you can use that to toggle enemies coming through from the top or something, and we're supposed to like swap sides on like who's going to be defending and attacking. So whenever you're the attacking one, you get to push and claim more land, and you got to expand and take over area. And when you're defending, you're gonna have to like protect yourself against a lot of units. All right. We're just playing it on standard, so it shouldn't be too difficult. But yeah, that's like the so that's what's so special about the quest missions, is that they have those like gimmick mechanics that break the monotony of the skirmish battles, which are always the same. You know, just beat the enemies. In these quest missions you have utilities and weird ways to complete the maps as well. So you've got all these extra objectives. Waiting for other players.
We must defeat the Twilight-infected god, Mora.
Yeah, so this is the army
But
gate
first we
controller.
must destroy the 2 army power shrines he's using.
I can't remember if I can... Yeah, there's like... units already there. Might want to build up a larger force than just a single group. Especially in your case, Toto, because your units are weaker but cheaper.
Your forces are under attack.
Can't... Oh yeah, standing in there is not a good idea. Okay, I think... Let's see, is there... Yeah, there's a power well up in the corner there. Taking out the fortress might be a little bit of a tough sell at the moment. But getting this power well will make it so that you can get resources in faster.
Mora's minions will attack you, but they need to pass an old army gate. It allows them to only go either east or west.
A power well
You can
is
switch
under
the
attack.
gate using the magical gate controllers. They determine which of you will deal with the attacks.
Yeah, so right now it's like they're attacking
The
me,
gate's magic is
sending units
unstable.
down.
Don't leave it switched to
So
one
I'm the
side
one
too
who's
long or it'll
defending and you're the
destroy
one who's
itself.
attacking. You gotta like
The gate
use
is
this
set.
opportunity to
The west is
expand.
open to attack and must defend. The east should take some
You
ground.
can technically expand as well, you know, when you're defending, but it's just gonna be much harder. Especially right now, since I don't even have the ability to build defensive structures like you do. Is that what that is? There's like a base over there. Because it should be like just a mirrored setup. So if I go here, there should also be a base that I need to take out to not constantly get harassed. Oh shit. Well, those guys got wrecked. It's very much a game about critical mass in this. If you send out too few units, you're just gonna get overrun and taken out too fast. Yeah, so that's because you have like a starter deck, so... Oh, okay, so you've got the darkness thing. Yeah, okay. That's gonna be difficult then. And they're undeads as well, which isn't exactly strong units. But yeah, there's a... I guess it doesn't really matter much, but there
Your
is
forces are under attack.
a power well up there. Soon I'll have to switch the gate though, and then you'll be on the defensive.
Gate switched. The east should now defend. The west must conquer some ground.
But you can just switch it back to me as soon as you yours is on cooldown. It's fast. I don't remember if there's like a issue doing that. I do seem to recall there's like a thing where eventually the gate thing breaks, so it's just like constantly open. But I don't remember if that's like when you don't switch it, it eventually just like gets stuck or whatever.
Gate switched. West defend. East attack.
Because it's probably going to be a little bit difficult for you to defend if you only have one card. I mean, we could also go back out if you want to switch your deck up. Otherwise, this might become a very long match. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, like, when you start out with the monument, the very first card you play determines the color of the orb, by the way. If I recall. So.
Balance.
Is it because you put down, like, your undead archers first? Instead of, like, your blue units? Or did you like change out your deck loadout before this map? Sad Toto. Aww. Yeah, I can't really do much about that. Rip. Okay. Let's just forfeit this one. Let's just forfeit this one. Still get a small pittance here. We could try again though. But yeah, take your time to redo your deck if you need to. Nope. By the way, if you want to buy boosters, you click on this BF icon up here, this marketplace, and then this store. And if you just want random cards, you can buy those generic booster packs, which are the cheapest ones coincidentally as well, and that'll give you some more cards to choose from. And if you have any boosters in store that are unopened due to challenges and not, then they're located in that card selection up here under boosters. If you complete challenges, they'll also appear in your in-game mail, by the way, which is also another way of gaining coins and such. So yeah, just let me know when you're ready. Because if you can get some more cards in your deck to get a bit more of an opportunity to win some more, then or do some more things, then yeah. Also, like, if you want to change your deck, there's like this locking symbol here, which is for editing your deck, but you've already, just to make sure that if you've got it all. And you can, you know, replace your cards. Let's see. If you want to upgrade a card, you can either like right click them in your left hand selection over here and press upgrade, or you can also just right click them in your deck and it'll open up the upgrade menu. But might be a little bit too expensive to do at the moment. Okay, you ready? Let's go. Let's try that again, shall we?
We must defeat the Twilight infected
Yeah,
god
so there's no
before-
orb right now, so your first
But
unit
first
that
we
you put
must
down is
destroy
going to
the two
define
armor
the
power
color.
shrines he's using.
So if I were to cast this eruption spell, which is a fire one, I would only be able to cast that, which would be terrible. I assume that's kind of what happened to you as well. Yeah, I think taking out this side base is probably the easiest, because otherwise that one's going to keep reinforcing the enemies with new units.
Master archers, here.
Northern steel. Get them. North guards.
That's all the help I can give you, Toto. I'm out. Sadly.
Enemies. Master archers, reporting.
Sometimes it's a bad idea to like fall back and regroup instead of
They need to pass an old
trying to
army
like
gate.
win a fight you
Allows them
can,
to only go
or
either
do a
east
fight you can't
or
win.
west. You can switch the gate using the magical gate controllers. They determine which of you will deal with the attacks.
Wow.
And who can advance.
Is it just me, or did it open like
The
really
gate's magic is
early compared to
unstable.
last?
Don't leave it switched to one side too long or it'll destroy itself. The gate is set.
Yeah, if you
West
want to
is open
avoid
to
the summoning
attack or
sickness thing, you
defend.
need to spawn them next to your
Takes the
buildings. Otherwise they summon in with half health until they're like fully recovered.
Imperial army.
Now you're talking. Yeah, they're a little bit more expensive, those units, but they should also... Yeah, it's because they do medium damage. I think they also have like a little bit more hit points than your
monument is
your
under
Hammer
attack.
Bros raid. At least I believe so.
Imperials, form up.
Yeah, now you've got a little bit more of critical mass, so your units can actually keep up with the damage that they also receive. The units on the walls, they'll be dismounted from the walls if you break down the location that they're like fortifying. Whilst they're on the walls though, they get heavy damage reduction, so though you can aim at them directly, it doesn't do a lot of damage exactly.
Imperial army.
switched.
You can just send it back over to me as well.
The West must conquer some
But do keep in
ground.
mind it does mean that there's going to be a bunch of units coming in. Also, might want to retreat from that one. Because they explode on death. They might attack that power well, by the way.
On track.
Master archers.
Simple.
Let's get some spearmen up in this one. Oh, seems like you're actually doing much better now that you can actually put down units, huh? Weird how that works then. A player got a promo Fallen Skyrim from a booster. The game does that. It just sort of telegraphs to the rest of the server, like the game, that, oh, someone just got like a promo card. Because
Balance.
lucky them.
Got you.
Also, if you want to heal your units, you have to place them, they have to stand still near a friendly building. I do think you can put down towers on the map and they'll also work that way. Though the tower might have to be built up before it'll actually do it though.
Follow. Get quick.
Your forces are under
Oh,
attack.
I can actually also
West defend. East attack.
toggle the gate myself. By the looks of things. Oh shoot. That's a lot of dudes. That's a lot of dudes. Ow. That's not good. Holy fuck. Nigga all. Mainly just these bastards that are gonna be the problem, isn't it? Ow. These guys hurt. I'm out of healing spells too. Let's make an orb. So let's take these guys down and heal them up. If you select the wall thing, you can also build a defensive position, walls up. Of course you... Wait, yeah, your towers can shoot over, so that's not like an issue either. I can't heal your units, badly.
Gate switched. East defend, west attack.
Because my healing spells are all on cooldown now. You might also get attacked by a pretty sizable force in a moment. Get that fire orb, we're almost there. So what do these things do again? Bind one sigil to a friendly structure in a 40-meter range. The affected structure gains an ice shield that absorbs up to 500 damage and may restore its absorption capacity every 25 seconds. It can also be attached to buildings that are still under construction. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. So basically it gives it like a energy shield. Neato. A lot of units. Feels great to be playing this game again. Because one of the things about it is that it is definitely more enjoyable if you have, you know, like any other game that has matchmaking. It's more enjoyable if you have like a set people that pool of people that you play it with. Because matchmaking can be a little bit so-so. Especially when decks can be very, very varied.
Switch it. Use the gate controller. Gate switched. West defend. East attack.
Let's actually get rid of these wind weavers. We don't need those anymore. Yeah, those enemies are pretty mean. You kind of really need that orb before you can sort of take them on. Feels like I had the same encounter over on my end. Ah, damn it, I resisted. Yep, can't really do much else to help you at the moment. It's what a friend of mine would like to call a beginner's trap. I do think they do retreat though.
Master archers.
Okay, that's a defensive position up there.
Your forces are under attack.
North Guard.
Well, you're definitely not giving up easily. That's good. That's very good. Oh wait, there is something I can do. I can also do that.
Gate switched. East defend, west attack.
Oh wait, no, I can't fly over. Damn it, I actually thought I would be able to. That's surprising. Well, I can still like switch the gate back in a moment. To give you some more time, since it seems like you could use some.
Gate switched. West defend, east attack.
A monument is under attack. A power well is under attack.
How you doing over there, Toto? Oh yeah, the cannons can only attack ground targets. But I guess you already made that realization. So far so good.
Good work. The first power shrine is destroyed. But beware, Mora will be angered. Expect consequences.
Da, 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 da. I think I have a way to actually come over to you and help you out.
A power well is under attack.
Gate switched. East defend, west attack. North guards ready. Master archers. Rip
Better safe than sorry this time, huh?
Gate switched. West defend, east attack.
Let's see.
Gate switched. East defend, west attack.
Hello, Toto. I got you covered.
Gate switched. West defend, east attack.
There's like a chest up there as well.
Monks of the rifle. Church of the rifle.
A power well is under attack. A monument is under attack.
That's it. The second shrine is gone. Maybe Mora will listen to us now. He's already summoning more Twilight Spawns. We must destroy him. Destroy Mora before he summons too many of those wretched creatures.
Oh yeah, we've got those riflemen that can like spawn those explosive barrels.
16 tons of primal rage!
Monks of the rifle.
You ready to go already, Toto? You've got so many small units, but they're probably just gonna get wrecked.
Imperial Army.
What's the worst that could happen?
Good work. Mora's shield falls. Beware. He has summoned more tree fiends. Destroy them. That's it. Now deal with Mora.
Die.
Mora, you are a god no more.
Yeah, you need some more chunky units.
Give me this. Then maybe I will spare your pathetic symbols.
If I remember correctly, I can actually go and see your deck. Let's see here, Sunken Temple. Did you just pass on everything, Toto? Or was I just lucky? Just chilling. So, how do you think that went? Let's see here. Oh, right. It's like I can right-click your name and I can request your deck. There we go. Now I can see it. Yeah, okay. You definitely need some more chunky units. Let's see. So what were you doing? You were doing like blue and undead or purple, right? Because you had the rifle cultists, these dudes. Because they've got that dark grenade ability. Let's see. Don't you also have some of these combi cards, which are like a mix of both? These Lost Souls things. Because if you can get like a Lost Dragon, that would be fucking amazing. That would be a pretty chunky unit to have. It's basically like the worms that I'm using, just like the Souls, Lost Souls version of it.
Aim and pray.
Because you had the Tremor as well, which is like an anti-siege unit, I believe. Yeah, 50% more damage against structures. Of course, you're using these, which makes a lot of sense. And then the Northern Keep. You can also get like a 2 blue cost Archer card, but I don't remember if those you start with or not.
White Rangers, stand ready.
I also have no idea how good they actually are. Cannon Tower is pretty good though. I mean, I'm using it as well. So that was 2 of those campaign mission things. Are you down for more? I mean, you say always, but and it is Friday, but I need to ask still. No need to ask, Toto. There's these missions up here, the Nightmare's Shot and Nightmare's End we could do. I don't remember what the objective is though. Reach the fragment of the forge that has crashed into the Shattered Lands. Prevent the witches of the Twilight from reaching it and destroy the remaining Twilight infestations. Watch out for wild magic spells that might randomly strike at some places. Yeah, so there's like some areas that are gonna like randomly cast free spells and stuff. So reach and protect the shard in the south. Eradicate the Twilight infestation, so we gotta destroy a bunch of bases. And we need to keep some units close to the shard, which will grant us power. And then, yeah. So, yeah. You've also gained rank. I hope you're getting some new cards slowly as well, or at least some BFP, so you can buy them soon. Should have played enough to get the daily bonuses at least. Would also make the first booster pack you buy today cheaper if we've played for 45 minutes by now.
A shard has torn away from the forge and crashed in the south. Its unfettered magic is drowning the place in chaos. The Twilight will send witches to claim it. They must be stopped.
Yeah, those are some
Yet, the
pretty
shard's
chunky
raw
units in
magic
there.
grants life to the Twilight creature's nightmarish dreams. But this will be as nothing should a Twilight witch reach it. Then truly shall we see horror made flesh.
Yeah, I guess your spearmen should be pretty good because they do medium damage. I can change mine as well, but so that they do medium damage, but they're not as strong as yours. Sacrificing versatility for strength and durability, I
Beware the
suppose.
ground. Scorched or frozen areas mark places wild magic may strike. Do not linger there. Good. You found the shard. Your forces
Keep
are
some
under
of your
attack.
creatures
Close to it to gain a small portion of its power. We must end this. Send troops to destroy the Twilight infestations, but don't leave the shard unguarded.
Alright, we will do as you say. So yeah, all those marks where it says B is where we gotta take out those enemy bases. How I make the wall? So where you see these stones in the ground, you just press them and then the different icons determine the direction of the wall. You just need units nearby to do it.
The Twilight Witch travels to the shard. She must not reach it.
Oh. Almost got blown to smithereens. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, so there's like an A on the map as well that we have to make sure doesn't reach the shard. Seems like she might be heading down the leftmost road though.
Twilight nightmares are coming to life. Beware, they will make for the shard.
Let's just retreat over to the shard so that tower can help us here. Ow. Good thing that didn't hit me straight on.
Master archers, rip.
Okay. I think there's some power wells in the middle of the map. There's also a witch coming through.
Witches are close to the shard. Stop them. Enemies lay siege to your base.
We win. Simple.
That was a... Whoa! Don't die! No, ow! And if you need to repair the walls, you can click them and then repair them that way. That's also how you open the gate.
Witches are close to the shard. Stop them.
Master archers, here.
I'm on my way. Also, you can use the tunnel to get up here now, by the way. So if you want to claim that other power well up there, you can. Send like a unit through the tunnel network. Trying to think. Should probably take the closest one. And get rid of the closest base that they have. Because I bet you there's going to be an orb there.
Simple. Swift. On track. Carol. Swift.
That's a lot of enemies. Why are there so many units here? God damn it. My healing spells are on cooldown now, so... Look! They're not making enough units, probably. Let's see, how are you doing, Toto? Got plenty of units at least.
Your forces are under attack. On track.
There's still a power well over there, by the way. With your name on it. You could just have used the tunnel system, Toto. You just right-click the yellow, the blue ones are the entrances, and the purple one is the exit. I'll build a breeding grounds in the middle here. There we go. Oh shit. Didn't realize that we had company over here.
On track.
Probably gonna be fine. No. What? Oh, it's a bunch of mines. Okay. Just don't go. Das Toggy. Good evening indeed. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a good time. I am playing a game with Toto. And we're just like diving into BattleForge. I really need more heals. Yes, indeed. It's a long time ago. I was in high school back then. Toto has never played it before though. She's doing her best. It's very nice that we're able to play the game still. Or again, I guess. Ah, fuck. It's been so long though, I don't even remember how the missions are structured. So I also have to relearn a lot of things. Probably go up and get this one. And convert some of these archers into sort of sturdier units. So what about you? Have you also played BattleForge before? Have a feeling you're gonna say yes. Of course. Yeah, I guess they just never had the ability to figure out how to monetize it well enough back in the day. It's like, I was thrilled when I found out that Skylords Reborn was a thing about a year ago. It's weird to pay for a game and then pay for booster packs. Oh yeah, that's true, you paid for... Oh yeah, you did pay for the game. Yeah, they did go to... I've totally forgotten about that. That's true, I've still got it on my Steam's list, I'm pretty sure. It's like, it's the same with Age of Empires Online. Also nice that you can play that game. We could check that out as well, by the way, Toto. One day if you want to. That's also got a fan revival, which is pretty neat. But yeah, it's really nice to see with Skylords Reborn that the team's also like starting to introduce new content to it. Got some army related units now, which is pretty interesting. I do miss my old cards from back then though. But it does seem that as far as I know they are done with like wiping the servers, right? Finally they got released. It's also just, I'm really looking forward to like the content in terms of new maps and such, because I seem to remember reading that they were doing voice acting and such and expanding on the lore of the game, right? Yeah, of course, of course. It's also, I think it's for the, like, I don't mind. It's just like, you know, when you've paid for the cards, originally it's like a bit of a sour taste that it was lost forever, you know? But it's not really like that big of a deal with Skylords Reborn. If you play regularly, it's pretty quick to get like a lot of cards already. They've made a pretty good job on that end. Toto, you look like you're in trouble over there. So what did you use to play? If you had like any preferences, of course. pure fire. Alright, explodey. Kaboom boomsk. Mostly PvP, okay. Never really been into the PvP side of this game. I did appreciate it very much for its PvE content. And think it stands pretty strong in that regard, actually. Weakness for explosions. Oh, I didn't even notice that we're getting like pummeled down here. How's it going over there? Yeah, I used to play like pure green. I just had a weakness for the Wheel of Fortune.
Enemies lay siege
And
to
one of
your
the
base.
last cards I managed to get back in the day was the green variant of the Forest Guardian. And I just thought it was such a cool looking card. Or like creature. I have a weakness for like big buff creatures. But then again, like, I also started playing Magic the Gathering around the same time back then. And subsequently also had a weakness for green in that regard, so... It's also like the healing spells is really hard to turn down. I didn't like to play red because of the whole cheap spammy units mentality. I haven't played Magic actively in quite a while. Because A, I don't really get around to do that. And even if I did, I probably couldn't afford it. Last one I played was when Pharos was introduced, I believe. Also, I just realized those are your power wells, Toto. Just like building there autonomously. I'll give you a chance to learn the game though. I think like normally players will in co-op will not hesitate to build in like your orbed areas, if you know what I mean. If they see that it's gonna take you a while to get there, but because you're learning the game still, it's fine to take it slow and easy. But yeah, we had like a Magic the Gathering, what would you even call it? Tournament style at university, which was supposed to be like a variant of standard, but like a standard draft, so to speak, but also designed to keep the costs down. So it was like regular draft, but you could take cards that you had earned through previous drafts with you up to like 3 blocks, card blocks ago or something. So the idea being that if you participate, like it was like a twofold idea where one, to keep the cost down, but also to promote participation more, so that you could basically bring your cards from your previous runs with you as like a side deck to build from. Want to play the draft? Yeah. There are some things about draft that I don't like personally. Because it's like, if you want to play draft to win, sometimes it's not the best idea to take the rare card just because it's a rare card. You know? Or at least the way that they did draft. Actually, I don't remember if it's always the same. Oh yeah, it is because it's like you have like 4 people or whatever, and you each have X amount of booster packs, and then you circle them round, like right hand way around, and then you pick 1 card every time, so that you can get like more cards in the colors that you need or whatever. But that also means that if on the last booster you get a card from a completely different color and strategy that you've been going for, but it's like a super rare card, you basically just have to pick it because it's very valuable, right? Which goes against any kind of logic in terms of wanting to actually win the draft. And that's kind of what I didn't like about draft per se. Another thing is that because these people at university were arranging it in the capacity that they were also getting cards from like they weren't buying it at what do you call it, retail price or whatever. Like they were actually buying them cheaper. And that way we could also get them cheaper in return. Ah, crap. Do I seriously need to put down units here just to take care of this bastard? And it did actually happen when we drafted as well. Someone got like a really rare card or whatever. But it wasn't part of their strategy. They just had to choose it though because it was a rare planeswalker or whatever. And it was red. Yes. Hope you're holding on, Toto. I see you're also getting attacked down here. These guys are relentless. Have I lost another orb somewhere? Wait a minute, that wasn't supposed to be red, was it? That was supposed to be freaking blue. God damn it. But yeah, the goal for today has basically just been sharing the awareness of the existence of Skylords Reborn. Because even though like Toto here, she's very much into RTSs, but she'd never even heard about the game, which is intriguing to say the least. Similarly, hearing from other fellow streamers, they've also been saying like, oh, that game is like still playable, like it's still running, it's still a thing. And I guess it's like to be expected, you know, if you don't look up any stuff about it, you wouldn't know that Skylords Reborn is actually a thing. Yeah, when you're using melee units, you kind of have to split them up because there's only so many of them that can attack a building at a time. That's the benefit of having ranged units. They can all focus fire the same thing.
The infected frost encampments are destroyed.
I also have an orb there that I need to claim. Remember to get that chest, by the way.
Master Archer.
enemies lay siege to your base.
Hmm. We'll see about that. Curse of Oink. Probably one of the wackiest spells in this game. Come on. I just want to repair it. Oh no, nearby ground units, I think it said. Right. Pew pew pew.
You're making progress. Only a few Twilight infestations remain. Good. The infected
Just because I heal your
races are
units
gone.
doesn't mean that they are invincible, Toto. God fucking damn it. Oy.
Master archers, here. Forsaken, obey.
Let's clean up a little bit. Probably don't need a gateway in all of these areas. Or a tunnel. Get wrecked, witch. Oop. Yeah, let's go up and join up with Toto's little group that's slowly getting wrecked.
North Guard's ready. Imperial Army.
Your forces are under attack.
I am on my ways. Let's get that buff in here. Poor healer got absolutely destroyed. Oh, your tremor gets to survive a little bit longer. I think we've got to share these, don't we?
For now, the Twilight is vanquished.
Oh, you don't need
and
the third
shard is-
orb?
Good work. The infected nature spawns have been destroyed.
What? Oh, so we don't even get a chance to open the last chest. God damn it! That's Mountain Rowdy. I might end up using a Juggernaut in a deck one day, so that's probably how I set it up. Waiting on you, Toto. Let me see. A little bit curious. So I've almost used up the entire reserve. We've also been playing quite a lot today. Win the single player map, the treasure fleet on standard difficulty or higher. So these are also like ways that you can get the initial cards, by the way, completing these achievements in here. For instance, like if you win a match where your first monument is Frost, you'll just automatically get a Master's Archer's card. And similarly, like a lot of these, like for instance, just opening booster packs will get you more boosters as rewards. Complete the full campaign on standard difficulty will give you a bunch of boosters. On advanced will give you even more, and then of course on expert will give you a ton. Get your reserve below 100 BFP. You can... Yeah, I haven't even managed to do that. That'll also give you a booster, actually. Haven't even gotten it below 50, which will give you 2 general boosters. So yeah, there's all these achievements that you can go for. And a lot of them will either give you boosters of specific kinds, like if you're playing only nature cards, for instance. Oh, it has to be on a map that spawns Viridia, so it has to be the campaign with her, I suppose. Unless you have to spawn them. Oh, is it because you have to spawn the hero cards, maybe? That would be interesting. But you would need Viridia first to do that then. Worldbreaker Gun, Comet Catcher, Livestream, and Altar of Chaos in the same match. Those are like in tier, like 4 orb defensive structures of all 4 different colors. Fuck. They're also PvP related objectives. So yeah, there's a lot of ways that you can get a lot of progress done. So Toto, how goes? You getting the hang of it yet? I think we can manage like 1 match more if you're interested. Maybe Nightmare's End. But that would probably also be the last thing for today, I think. Confused with card shop. Okay, which one? Or which part of it? So in here, right? So what do you want to know? Okay, so your currency in the top is in the top left when you're out here. So you've got your gold and you've got your BattleForge points, so BFP for short. And BattleForge points is the currency used to buy booster packs. So if you click on this coin here in the marketplace and you go to the store, that's where you straight up buy booster packs. Do note though that the general one, which will give you from any different color, is the cheapest one. And if you want one specific color, then they are more expensive. You can also buy ones that give you a mix of colors. And also like specifically those types, more likely to be those types of cards if you want to do like mixed decks. And then there's also item search, where you can look up specific cards in the auction house. If you say like, oh, I need some 2 orb level cards that are frost type, let's just remove that. That's like one way that you can look up in-game cards. For instance, you can get defenders, which are really cheap to just buy out a single card if you just want to get started, right? Or if you want cannon towers, if you don't want to randomly pull them to begin. It's like a pretty good way to get your starting cards in place. You can also sort by rarity, of course, which can help you figure out, okay, the more rare cards are going to be more advanced, but might also in some cases allow for some pretty neat strategies. Like for instance, these units, they have the ability to trample small units, which means that if you just walk through small unit battalions with these, they're going to get knocked back and take damage and not be able to retaliate. As an example. Storm Singer is like a pretty high speed unit, which is what sort of sets them apart a little bit. There's like a green card that's very similar. You can also sort by card type, of course. And rarity does not necessarily equal price. Mountaineer is a really good card though, which is why it's so expensive. That's because it's like one of the cheapest ranged siege units in the game. It gets a glacier shield, which means that you don't get healing with blue straight up, but the energy shields can negate a lot of damage. So if in essence your units just have more hit points that way, which can sort of regenerate, you know? And I mean, just looking at this unit, it's got like so many abilities compared to a lot of other things. And it's a large 2 orb unit as well, which is pretty significant. And they're sorted by price by default, but you can figure that out on your own, I suppose. But yeah. Say also like if you need some 4 orb units. Maybe not do rarity or whatever, but you need it to be a squad, then that's also one way to figure it out. Sky Elf Commander. Battleship's a pretty dope card. It's basically blue's equivalent of a dragon, I suppose. I do think they also have a dragon. It's like a frost wing dragon or something. I just don't remember. It's like, it's not super as strong as the other ones. Do I even have one? Oh, I can't even remember. I think it's a free orb card, but I digress. But do you understand, Toto? Anything else? Because I'm just like talking about it, trying to like illustrate things. Ford Ridge. That's also a siege unit. You can also, something that might also be of interest if you're going to go into Shadow is the Frost Shadow cards. Since they're a mix, their units do start at 2 orbs and require one of either. But because they're a mix, they can also be like pretty decent, pretty good. What's actually the most expensive card? That would be a Lost Warlord. Lost Spirit Ship. Lost Grigori. And of course the colors that people are more prone to play as are also going to be more expensive. So for instance, that's part of why if we go into pure green nature squad and then sort by price, well, that's also the promo ones. Forest Elder. I really need to save up for you. I really want this card again, but this does require a mono green deck, so unless you have enough cards to fill out the rest of your deck with just green, it's a bit of a tough sell to build a deck up around those. Around a Forest Elder without a Forest Elder. Or the rest. There's like some really cool stuff you can do with some of the green cards in terms of synergy. And I think this one as well. So the thing about these card units here is that they enroute themselves and then they hook up to like a link network which boosts they boost each other in damage and all that stuff. And the effect depends on which card it is, which makes it even more interesting. So it's not just a matter of, oh okay, they get stronger, but like a particular card will get like particularly strong in one way. Especially these Razor Leaves, they're just like fucking stupid in terms of siege. But yeah, you want to do another one, I suppose. Let's just set it up and you can just take yourself as ready when you are. Your deck is still level 0, I see, but that makes sense. Eventually, like, when you have the time, it would be recommended to maybe play some single player maps to start and get some upgrade cards and gold and stuff. Also get a better hang of the different types of units you can have, because the different colors do play very differently. Anyway, so you need to unlock 4 magic nodes to get enough strength to destroy the shard. The nodes are protected by magic barriers that can be removed by destroying the 4 power wells that feed them. So we gotta kill the Twilight Ritualists in the middle of the map. And in almost every corner there's one of those power shrines. And there's 4 elemental nodes that we need to conquer and activate. And then we need to hold a shard during the ritual. Alright. Let's give it a go. But yeah, I think I could actually have bought like a Forest Guardian today if I hadn't bought 4 booster packs instead. But that's Future Dragon's problem. But yeah, back in the day I spent like just way too much time just looking through the store, or rather the auction house, just to figure out like which cards existed in the game, because I don't even remember if the card database existed. You can look them up on the internet these days, of course, but you know. Okay, so we're gonna get backdoored on this map.
Your forces are under attack.
I do not remember where the power wells are on this. That's like the most important thing, figuring out where they are. And it... oh, that's a big boy down there. I don't think that's a good idea. He would probably wreck us.
Imperials, form up.
Follow. Windweavers on the hunt. Balance.
Well, then where do we go? Because the power shard is in the middle.
On track.
My guess is that there's gonna be something in that direction in terms of power wells. Yeah, there's like one straight south. Obviously there's a mountain range in between us and the power well though. There's that shard.
Balance.
Pew pew pew. Let's see what's down this way.
Get quick. Swift. Target marked.
This wall. I do not want to mess with that at the moment. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, they're like completely enclosed. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to go down to that big dude, because they're pretty tough against small units. But he would just be down in that corner, wouldn't he? More freaking walls, eh? Okie dokie. Well, Ah, for fuck's sake.
Your forces are under attack.
Yes. Well, I guess that means there's only one way that we want to go, and that's out here somewhere.
Waiting.
Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Alright, let's get out here. As expected, that thing is also closed off. Okay, can we get around? Toto is really persistent on this one. Careful you don't drain out your cart charges. And there's also one of those dudes up there. Jeez, okay. And the only other place I could go would be in the middle towards the F marker, but I mean, it is the only mark. We can also work together, of course. To take out some of those big boys. Oh my god, that's also one of those big dudes in the middle here. Okay. Well, that doesn't leave us with much of a choice, does it now? Spearman, ooh la la. Oh, here goes nothing. Ooh.
Good work. You have stopped the ritualists. Now onto the weaving of our own spell.
Misclicked that. And the spearmen had to pay the lives. Go, 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 go. There'd be resources in the middle here. Get us those resources. How you doing down there, Toto? Heavily entrenched, I see. Yeah, I think it's not a great idea to go all the way out there, necessarily. Maybe in the corners? Is what they want you to do? I don't think they want you to go down and take out that big dude, because that would be a lot of units lost. Just to try and achieve that, but there's no resources there, so... We really need to get like these orbs in the middle here.
Your forces are under attack.
There should only be that tower and these units here. so I can clear the path so that you can come through. Get that breeding ground down.
Your forces are under attack.
Get you guys up there. And let's actually build some towers here instead. That way I don't need to spend my valuable units around here. Can reinvest all that power into some aggressors. Burrowers or more aggressors? Probably just make do with one more aggressor and that should be fine. Those pikemen were really not... didn't really give a shit. One thing for sure, I gotta occupy this big boy. That's what I really like about being able to make aggressors. They can just completely stagger those so that they can't even do anything. Then they're not really like any threat anymore. Poor little crossbowmen. How are we doing up here? I think they're sending in more units by now. Yeah, they're just being healed by this stupid ass flesh bending fountain thing. Get rid of that, alright. So there's still like resources and an orb in the middle here. No wonder they're coming in such large force. They did have multiple spawning buildings. Oh, there's another one over here. Okay. Okay. By the way, Toto, these pings that you see, that's actually me, just in case you were wondering. Because I guess I didn't really explain that. And with the stream delay, I could imagine it being a little bit confusing. Okay, I do need to destroy that building before I can make another orb. With a stick for a unit. Nah, but that's... You can go into the middle here and get an orb and some more resources. And you can use the tunnel network from your base because it's set up to output your units in the middle, so you can literally just teleport there.
You've destroyed the nature power shrine. The way to the green node is open.
But I do get it though, like you do need the orbs to make larger units. There's like a certain order to the level design. Because you're basically taking the base that you need to take is designed to be taken after you've gone to the middle. And get the orbs in there. And the resources nonetheless. Army magic node. See those over there. Yeah, Toto, just go and grab this orb here. Not that hard. There's a path going there, and there's also this tunnel. There you go. Oh shoot. Getting fucking backdoored. But yeah, unfortunately in the beginning, if you do end in that situation where you exhaust your charges on your cards and can't spam units anymore, you do have to spend a good while building up your forces before you attempt another
The
go.
nature node is under your control. Defend it until the ritual begins.
Otherwise, you do not have enough critical mass to actually win the fights. Ah, for fuck's sake. But I can come over and help you out. I also have 3 orb units now, which are much stronger. But yeah, the whole weak units situation is kind of also why when I started building my deck that it quickly evolved into a 4-color deck, because that gives you more options on what you can put in there. So though I can't get like really strong monocolored cards, I can get like a pretty decent trade-off by getting like some mix and match colors here and there.
The Shadow Power Shrine has been
Remember to
destroyed.
build your orb
Now activate the node.
and your power wells as well. Because then you can at least get the lancers. If you take the tunnel, it'll take... Oh, right, I forgot there's that one over there. Shoot. Going back. I forgot that that was that shrine that we gotta reclaim. But yeah, the Lancers do still have that issue that they are like a group of units, but they are at least medium-sized. And they do large damage. Okay, so we got two.
Yes. The Shadow Node is yours. Keep it.
Keep it. You can keep that. I think we're done down here, probably, unless there's like something around in the middle maybe. But I have no idea. Your units are swift, so if you send at least one group down to scout, I can move mine up to the northeast for the time being. I'll also establish a tunnel up here so that if you need to send your units across, you'll be able to eventually. They can't shoot them from there, really? God, that's annoying. Fucking get out of here. Oh, there is something down there, is there? Hmm. Well, how about we liberate this up here first and we can go down there maybe? Because this will give you a full orb. And they're just producing really small units up here after all, so it shouldn't be too much. I do have this annoying building though. Did I speak too soon? Definitely spawning in a lot of stuff. Fortunately, these mortars also double up as healing fountains. At least a little bit.
Destroyed the Frost Power Shrine. Now activate the Frost Node.
There's also one on the left, which could be pretty useful. Do you actually have 4 orb stuff right now, Toto? Like in your deck, do you have the ability to make 4 orb stuff? Oh wow, I didn't even notice they really went to town on this position up there. Did they just spawn up there? We had all your towers? Looks like they did. What happened to all those units? I'm a little bit scared to find out.
Enemies lay siege to your base.
Actually, I trust you can manage up here. I hope. Those Twilight Horrors are a bit of a pain in the ass, aren't they? Seems like we survived up there. Gotta break all those unit spawning buildings. I wonder if those units that are attacking in the south are the ones coming from that base in the bottom. They could very much be.
Good. You've destroyed a firepower shrine. Now send troops to conquer the magical node and activate it.
Should be able to get rid of these defensive buildings. I think I'm gonna head for the middle at the Shard Forge, Shard of the Forge or whatever, then head south from here. Oh, I can't actually go through, those towers are blocking the path. Okay, change of plans. I'm coming over to the right hand side there. Ow. Twilight Hate Caster. It's just so much hate. I don't want one of these. Oh, there's two of these bloody bastards. Okay. That's what I didn't want to happen. Things just like there's a bunch of power wells in the bottom of the map though. Get out of here. How are you doing, Toto? You've been like fortifying those points with spawning in. But yeah, it does seem like you need some better cards until next time we play. Or at least some more variety. By the way, you have an entire power well here that hasn't been built yet. Could really use one of those giant worms. What the hell? Oh shit.
Your forces are under attack.
One of my dudes didn't get through the portal. So I just ended up pulling a bunch of enemies by the looks of things.
Well done. You've activated the fire node. Don't let enemies get close to the node, or they'll deactivate it.
I think I'll be coming over to your base, Toto. Oh, shit, I should pick up some of these. These coins. This gold.
Your forces are under attack.
Oh, it's just a couple of archers.
That's more like it. Right on.
Hey, you're also here. Good.
All 4 nodes are active. The ritual begins. Now send all your troops to the Nightmare Shard and defend it until the ritual is finished. Leave the nodes. All that counts now is the Shard. The Twilight is making a final push for the Shard. They must not get control of it.
All that counts now is the shot, alright. Alright, can't... I have to fly all the way down. So... prepare your buttocks. Got to gain control of the shard.
Your forces are under attack.
So... okay. Yeah, these birds are super annoying. They're gonna like get your units down from the walls. We can't have that. Oh, here they come. So I guess it doesn't make any sense to have all these resources sitting at these
Your forces
things.
are under attack.
Wait, what? Oh my fucking god. My dudes decided that it would be a great time to like try and go all the way around because they couldn't get straight fucking to the thing. Oh, golly. I don't think we're prepared for this.
Enemies lay siege to your base.
Well, that's a lot of damage.
A monument is under attack.
God damn it.
The ritual is almost complete. Soon the nightmare will be over.
Nightmare. I mean, we're still holding up, aren't we?
forces are under attack.
We did it. I'm gonna admit, I was a little bit scared when all those units started spawning in. Oh boy. Alright. Hey, I got a booster pack. Drink up my hearties. Cool. Let's see what we get. Whoop. Oh shit. It's a common card, but I can actually make use of this. Nice. Oh, ta-da! I hope you had fun. What do you think of the game? Also, everyone who's watching, of course. At some point I need to like start salvaging some of these cards that I've got like tons of. That is not today though. Up. A terrible StarCraft. Okay. A terrible StarCraft. Why StarCraft though? Pay to win potential. Yeah, it was it used to be very much a pay to win game back in the day. I mean, like any other trading card game would be. Because cards costed BFP, and the main way to get BFP back then was to buy the booster packs with real money. Because resource placement. Not sure. Because I'm trying to think in StarCraft. I mean, you just have the ore deposits in like protected areas or whatever, right? I don't know if you can make a straight up comparison though. But there's like a lot of, you know, there's definitely a skill curve that's pretty steep if you're just diving off in the deep end like you are. If you're playing like the solo missions, for one, they're like easier, and because of the quest system that Skylords Reborn introduces, there's like a lot of ways that you can get a ton of booster packs early on when you're starting out with a new account. And, you know, obviously you kind of skipped all those because diving right into the action, so I didn't make it easy for you either. And I have also been playing before, right? Just doing the campaign stuff. I mean, there's a story in the game. It's not a deep story per se, but it's a world building story. It's one that helps situate how the world works and establish a relation between the 4 different like colors, and later on the mixed colors as their own like factions. Because like, for instance, the bandits are a mix of what, fire and darkness or whatever, and the Twilight, which is also like the main opposing faction at the very beginning of the game, in the campaign anyways, is composed of fire and nature. Just as an example. Which I think they did a pretty decent job, because there's a lot of units and structures and all that stuff and styles to sort of, you know, fit into a larger story world. So it's limited on how much actual storytelling they could do in an RTS. And of course, you know, these maps were originally also intended to be farmed for these upgrade cards, which would drop as RNG loot. So it makes sense that the story wouldn't be super heavy, because it would be very tiresome to go through long ass cutscenes, like think Warcraft 3 kind of style. So, but I hope you haven't been completely scared away, because I would love to play some more. If you're down some other day. And it could be fun to get even more people together and do like 4-man maps as well. Because when you're signing into like also the 12-man maps, as I said earlier today, they're split up in 3 groups of 4. And if I remember correctly, you can like have a pre-made 4-man team and join into like a 12-man map, and then you 4 will be taking care of your 3rd sector or whatever of the 12-man campaign map, so to speak. I can't remember exactly if that's how it works, but you know, it's a matter of trying. From what I remember though, the only 3-man maps there are is the skirmish mode. I don't think for the campaign that there really is a 3-man map anywhere. Is always either like 1-man, 2-man, or 4-man maps. That said, you can technically sort of play, you know, the 4-man maps as either like anywhere between 2 to 4 players, basically. It just means that if you're 2 players, you need to make sure that you take up each of the 2 positions, because they're like disconnected. So usually the 4-man maps is like two separate teams working together. And if you're playing 2 people, then each of you need to take those points. The benefit being that you get more resources and more orbs at your disposal early on, because whatever would be disposed to or given to the other player on your side, you suddenly have access to. Though I do think they do also reduce the amount of resource buildings, but there are some extra so that you still have a fighting chance when doing it in a smaller team. But yeah, that is BattleForge. And they're still doing development on the game, even though like they're not affiliated with EA in any means, way, shape, or form. But it's still pretty cool that they were able to actually be able to do all this and now continue development. So yeah. But that's also all I had for you today. But yeah, Toto, if you ever want to play again, just let me know. And I totally forgot to roll the credits for today. I mean, it's probably just going to be nothing major there. Does it even work today? No. The roll credits doesn't work. All right. Well, anyways, that's it for today. Thanks for joining me in the game, Toto, and thanks for everyone who's been watching. If you would like to see more, you know what to do. Consider giving me a follow on Twitch. Otherwise, well, other than that, I hope to see you all in the next one. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow, given that it got so late today. It's like 1 a.m. over here right now. So don't necessarily expect anything tomorrow. I also did have a deadline for something I had to deliver today, so I'm actually a little bit beat now. But I think it was worth it. So yeah. There's nothing else to say today, then thanks for today, and I'll see you all on the next one. I've been Dragon. Have a very nice day, and bye-bye.